Hello! Hey, buddy Nyang. Y'all doing well? But yes, hello everyone. Me, the Sketty of Ace. We're doing art stuff today. Which, you go ahead. Have my stylus. My Vivant. But anyway, allow me to explain what I'll be doing today. So, those who can see it, yes, hell. As you can see here, I have a bunch of references for hydrangeas. I've also grabbed a few references as to other things I am doing today. Let me go ahead. Grab the first thing I plan on doing. This. So, allow me to explain what I am doing. So this is a section break that I am working on for my story, Patchley's Revenge. I actually worked on a few of them on stream. This one of many that I've made. Here is one of the section breaks I have done for the previous arc, Osmanthus Fragrance. But yeah. So the main thing that I am doing today is honestly gonna be this. I'm planning on doing flowers. Well, the hydrangea blossoms. There are other things that I've been working on, but I'm not gonna reveal too much because it's very beautiful. Yeah, and this takes a lot of time to do. But luckily, yeah, the big thing is I'm not doing this with, pen and paper. my drawing tablet is angled in a way where it should hopefully reduce the amount of carpal tunnel I'll have. I accidentally I used Instant Liner, but luckily I had these. Yeah. Yeah. Right now, my brother is very sick. I've likely might end up getting sick, which is gonna suck for me. Because, being sick kind of sucks. Hope he gets better. Yeah. Every once in a while, we tend to have a this that kind of just passes through the entire household. And it usually starts off with our dad because some of his coworkers are idiots and go work, and they are obviously sick. That's usually how my family will end up getting sick. And my dad's coworkers will come in while obviously sick. My dad will sometimes be the first one who gets sick. Then it passes quickly our mom, and then passes to my brother and I's children. Is I am going to take a outline of order of the flowers here. Kind of like accentuate them. Also gonna add some value real quick. It's gonna be a bit of there's gonna be base. Values. Also, I should probably put this with icon square. Yeah, I've accidentally done something. Go and add a little bit of this. That. As just a way to show a bit of visual interest. Go and do. Sure. So the value here will probably meant to be 30. So I believe that is now fixed. Anyway, try and complete these hydrangeas. Now, know there's probably going to be at least one person here who's like, Ellie, why are you drawing all these blossoms? Why not just have one section break? Like, use for the story. It's like a twofold thing. One, the story is separated into arcs, which surround certain characters. And how their dynamic is with Patchouli, how it evolves. And because of that, it wouldn't feel right to me for just have one section break for all arcs. Because no. And two, I want to learn how to draw flowers. Because kind of using this, novel as a way to try and expand certain aspects of my art. Because one, it's gonna be a light novel. Is more of what I know about the novels. They are more of a Japanese thing. There aren't a lot of, Western light novels in the world. Visual novels are a thing, but light novels, not really. Which, for those who don't know, a light novel is basically like a regular novel, but there are occasionally drawings of certain scenes, usually some of the more climactic or impactful scenes in the novel that show off the characters and part of their designs. But yeah. And this is kind of just a way for me to challenge myself to learn how to draw more things like backgrounds. Because for me and a lot of other artists, the online sphere, backgrounds are kind of like our biggest weakness. I want to try and learn how to draw backgrounds so that I can expand the sort of things I could possibly do if I want to make this, a lucrative career. Like, if I want to expand, my skills, that I can acquire more money. Especially if I end up doing like contract work. If I end up being, especially if I do freelance work, or if I, work at a comic studio. Probably not one of the big ones like Marvel or DC or IDW, but at least some. I want to be able to figure out more. I want to know how to draw more things that I don't have to worry too much about, like, certain things, and also because I feel like it would be helpful to know how to draw more than just human or humanoid characters. It would be a good way to expand my skill. And it would also add to my portfolio. If someone, wants to hire me in order to do work for them, they can see that I can draw various things in my style, and they might either, hey, consider me and I'll be more likely to get contacted for a job. Or B, if they've already considered me, they might be willing to pay me a little more money for my skills. Which means I'll have more money in order to do shenanigans. Disclaimer: shenanigans here likely includes like conventions, and also personal ventures, like making merchandise of my OC. I might try to do in the future, like I'm, no longer a student and I acquire my degree. I'm trying to aim for a bachelor's degree, because a bachelor's means you can get paid more. I graduate in the next few years. Probably like, I'm gonna try and aim for 2029 or to graduate. So like early 2029, late 2028, so that I can graduate and get my degree, my bachelor's degree. Because there are known statistics where if you have a bachelor's degree, you get paid like a certain percentage better than if you either like have an associate's degree or just a general high school diploma. And honestly, the opportunity to, earn more money, especially in this economy and the current state of the world with the things I want to do in my free time, is like definitely something to consider. But yeah, I'm actually gonna go and at this. Because there is one thing I need to do. That is, I need to draw some of the leaves. First, I'm going to add value. I'll do that. So before ads, that I can get up and stretch. Yeah, no. All these, so, section breaks. For the ones I made previously, I plan on eventually adding the values. That they all look consistent. these big gaps. Anyway, ads are gonna start pretty soon. So feel free to just back, relax, and like something, get up and stretch so you're not stiff. Anyway, at jail, my deepest Toyota condolences. Everyone who is in that jail. So I'm gonna save my progress. Then I'm gonna go ahead and get up and stretch a little bit. Very no pain, like it. I had quite a good amount of those, and I purchased assets. Assets. Little idiot, little criminal. Bad. Oh, she left my. Probably walking outside, getting wet. It was raining hard earlier today. Stretch. Hips. For all the use. So a lot of these is I care from for hydration. So try something. So I have to see if my final had yet to be published has been published. I gotta go to Canvas. It has not. There are still just 3. So I accidentally fucked up on something. So do I want to hear a joke? You know what? Yeah. I don't mind hearing a joke. Go and erase this. The disabled what do you call it? Handicapped hero? The disabled defender! I just made some ungodly noises. Yeah, that is kind of funny. Not gonna lie. You know, as a disabled person, I would read a comic about the disabled defender. What would the disabled defender's powers be? And what disability would the hero have? Because I actually have a disabled character who is more of like a vigilante, who is disabled. She has POTS. So the amount of spoons she is able to use in a day greatly varies, and she craves salt. It's a wheelchair warrior. One question. Would the wheelchair have tank treads? This is an important question. Does the wheelchair have tank treads? Answer. Nope, just a normal wheelchair. How very disappointing. You can elevate any wheelchair with tank treads. Because depending on how long the treads are, it can traverse stairs. And crush the feet of your enemies in the video game. The only thing about his wheelchair is that the brakes don't work. Aha! I do feel like, you know, a weaponized wheelchair would be like a good, like an interesting gimmick for a character. Because, like, imagine how cool it would be to, you know, have a superhero who is, like, in a wheelchair that has, like, tank treads, jetpack, and heat-seeking missiles that seek heat. That is a Transformers reference. From back in the 80s, with the OG cartoon. Anyway, I think that is good. Like eating grape flavored glue. But is the glue edible? Like, is it made with ingredients that humans can consume? Because there are some glues that are made with the fact that kids who will probably eat glue in mind and are made with like cornstarch. Just random skit you like to tell. I see. It is a bit. Ashi yashi. I need to actually start filming for some of the shorts I plan on making. Like, you know, the shorts that I have scripts for, yet no video. Because, you know, I can inflict random advice nobody asked for. Because they happen to scroll by and just receive random advice about something they never even thought about. Our girl. Yes, I'm fully aware that my color history is a mess. That is what it is. Jeez, what? Kind of funny how every time you go to sleep and wake up, you get a gifted sub to a streamer you didn't even know you were following. Yeah, that tends to happen. I remember one time, I don't remember who the gift was for, but I was just like, I follow this person? But anyway, pretty good progress so thing. Got a YouTube notification to one of your own videos. I see. Wait. There's something else I need to draw. I need to draw a bunch of leaves. And this reference. But that's what you streamed yesterday, but it doesn't show. Maybe because VOD wasn't stored or it had to be some reason. Because from what I remember, you have to manually turn on the storage of VODs. Which is how my first few streams ended up becoming lost media. But I wasn't really talking in those anyway. So not much was lost. The same thing happened to you now that you think about it? Yeah. Which tends to be a little finicky with that sort of stuff. Like, it will tell you, like, hey, remember those various streams you've done? There's a drawing stream, you're pretty sure it should show, like, the picture or something of your head or something like that. Wait. So the opacity of the leaf. Don't why it doesn't show you where they are on YouTube. It could be because you may have unintentionally had the VODs private. So you might need to go into your your video producer in order to see if the VOD is still there or if it was nuked. Anyway, I need to figure out what to do over here. But first, I'm going to add value. Delete. Yeah. Now I need to figure out what I'm gonna do with blossoms over here. I'm wondering what I'm planning on doing after this. Done. I plan on doing a different. Roomba is bonking itself against the door. Refuse to let him in. But I am going to try my best to finish up this final Ranger Blossom collection. Mine it, add the values, and then once that happens, I will start on the intermission. Because I'm gonna need a break after drawing so many hydrangeas. So I can reset my brain, so I can get started on next thing that I am doing, which is gonna fan art of a fellow VTuber who is also an artist. It's gonna be a Transformers reference. And I have drawn the same VTuber as a Transformers reference too. I have drawn several VTubers as a very specific one. Is a reference to the comics. The IDW comics. Of course, I will explain and try and pop in the references onto my canvas that I'll work on for this next. Yeah, I think another goal I should have put for myself in my 2026 bingo is, make more fan art of fellow VTubers. Like, just more fan art in general. Maybe I'll write some fan art based on some fics that I've made in the past. But also because some of the fics I've made involve cats. And the people want more of the cats. And who am I but someone to give the people what they desire? Because I also want to give them more cats. They can call cutie patooties. And some of them also need to be named. For some of them, they do have designs, but I have yet to place names upon those designs. Also, because I want to draw a certain scene, the first pic that I made. And I actually posted the master list for it, like, last night, I think. It was in my draft for a little bit, but for the fandom that Traffic is for, I have written stuff for it back in, like, 2020, 2021, but because of the fact that I cringe whenever I see my old writing from that time, I ended up mentioning in the master list, like, I've written stuff before the ones who listed here. I just cringe when I see the way I wrote back then, so I'm not listing them here. Just made the youth or thumbnails for our next stream. Hell yeah! Try and make sure I get all the on. Wait. Way. Outline. I'll plop in values. And we can go ahead and start the intermission. My hand is starting to hurt a little. To a message, a timed message. Typebot. And like explain the hourly intermissione. Thank you for the save progress redeem! I did that right now. It has been saved. Thank you very much. It's been a while since anyone named that. Anyway, I think this is some pretty good progress on the hydrangeas. So I will go ahead and close this. And I will go ahead, start the intermission. I will be back in several minutes. Hi, ducking. Ducking, hello. I am alive. My brother has acquired the sickness. But I'm doing pretty well. But I am very much congested and my right nostril has been pretty the past few days, but no, not the sickness. So, like last week or 2 weeks ago, one of my classmates who sits next to me in my in-person class, he was sick. At least I think he was. He was wearing a face mask stuff, but so that is likely one of the ways that my brother got sick, possibly me as well. But the other, aka the usual way, is one of my dad's coworkers, which he works at a shipyard. One of his coworkers likely got sick, but chose to come into work for some reason, despite being sick. And it passed to my dad. It passed to the rest of the family through my dad. Did they wear a mask to prevent us spreading it? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Y'all feel better soon, though. Should be. Anyway, this is what I was working on before the intermission. Behold. I had to draw all those hydrangeas by hand. Because I didn't want to use a brush. Mostly because this will likely end up being used for commercial content. AKA publishing a novel. Which... actually get to the point of publishing it, I might make a PDF of it. That'd make a fun tramp stamp. Probably have to compress it. Though. Like, you'd have to compress it pretty... Like, I think the sword part would be okay. It's just... This part is meant to be pretty long because, you know, it's meant to break a section of the story in a chapter. I'd probably, like, compress it. Compress it so it's, like... Say anything too out of pocket. You apologize, you're on 300 milligrams of Percocet. Understandable. Anyway. So the next thing that I am doing, I am drawing this guy. Is the kaiju version of the actual kaiju of Spectre. Is a fellow streamer and artist. He's very cool. Recently I found out his birthday is like right after my mom's. So like, which is right after my brother's, and we were both like, that's crazy. Yeah. So, this is Spectre's design. He's very cool. But this is one of his prints that he has on Ubu Market. This is basically his kaiju form. And I I wanted to draw his kaiju form as this version of Grimlock in one of the episodes of the original Transformers series, where Grimlock is dressed as a waiter and is holding drinks. Yeah, you follow. But you don't remember what you started following. Kaiju form is dope. Yeah. So I'm actually going to go ahead and import these two images I have named Grimlock the Waiter and More Grimlock the Waiter, respectively. I'd like to mention that the very next image is a bottle of arsenic. The big zombie monsters. The Grimlock idea is very creative. Yeah. Actually, hold on. I actually have made a fan art of Spectre before. It's this. Which is a reference to Transformers. Specifically, the IDW comics. There's a character whose name is literally Croc. C-R-O-K, I believe. Or it's K-R-O-K. I don't remember. But there is a panel of him where he is like flying from an explosion. He kind of looks like this. And I don't remember why I named the players the way I did. Like Bungle, EBD, Jamie, Swingle, and EB. But if I... This is the original panel. I actually took this screenshot from a video that I found on Tumblr. And the original shitpost. Looks like he's having a rough time. Well, he's been yeeted by the power of explosion. Which, I think the video was set to Wayward Son. But, basically for the brain room part, for every brain room, they rotate a Croc. And for like one of them, there's a close-up of his very minimalistic face. And I don't fully remember. I think the artist of this panel was Alex Milne. Like, very well known and kind of notorious in the community because he has like a fanzine where it's like very suggestive, like pinups of Transformers. Usually at TFCon for some of the conventions, which I have yet to be able to attend any of them. Because either one, like the one that is closest to me, I was volunteering at a convention during the time it was happening, so I could not go. I have since resigned from that convention due to several reasons. And the reasons include, I mean, I don't remember, talk about remembering artists' names of comic tattoos, but you couldn't tell a single panelist's name. Yeah. So, I actually have a whole folder in my Transformers, no, not references folder, full of, you know, Transformers art. And And there's actually some concept art I have here of skids. So there is like few ways of telling certain artists apart when it comes to Transformers, which allow me to show some of the differences. The main one is like, yeah, the amount of detail. Actually, hold on. I think there is a better thing that I can reference. I have like a few references I've gathered from like Pinterest of someone's compilation of certain, you know, characters. So this is Drift. Not a huge Transformers guy, but the one brown and green one you just showed can get it. That's a note. She's actually canonically trans. Like she is canonically transgender. No, transfemme. And so is RC in the IDW comics as well. But the main difference for a lot of the character, like the way some of these characters are drawn, is the hands. Which I'm gonna see if I can find a good reference of the hand from like. Okay, so this is drawn by Alex Milne. Well, the hand part is not because of how hard they are to draw, it's because of the way that, because Transformers aren't mechanical, it's kind of like the way they draw the hands and the joints and stuff. So this is Alex Milne. As you can see, he visually draws these joints for the characters here. I think this is Leo's arc. Then if I scroll down, actually, no, that is a different artist. I don't know which artist drew that one. Then there is Jack Lawrence, who is actually gay. And he actually has, like, some prints on his Redbubble where it's like this character and Drift, who is a different character, kissing. But as you can see, if you look here, if you look specifically at the joints, instead of, you know, having something outward, it's instead these two wires that kind of suggest a pulley system, like kind of like a ball jointed doll. I originally didn't like Jack Lawrence's art because it was different from Alex Milne in a way that I just couldn't really describe, but I've actually grown to like his art. Then there is, of course, the way they draw lips and stuff for certain characters. Like, for Alex Milne, Milne draws more defined lips on his characters. If they are, you know, feminine presenting. Well, Jack Lawrence doesn't do that. I really like how Jack does the fingers, but you really enjoy how stylized Milne's art is. You forgot any, but I actually follow both of these artists on Blue Sky. And they have worked on other media before, like Jack Lawrence works on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Star Trek. Yeah. For correcting the spelling, never seen it written out. Yeah. Hold on, let me go to Blue Sky real quick. Luckily, I have it pinned on Water Fox. I'll have to go scroll my follow. You know, those are my followers, not my following. Which, funny enough, my followers and following is like pretty similar. So this is Alex Milne, Blue Sky. He uses the username Marker Guru a lot. Oh, he actually has some art for Mega Man. And I don't see Jack Lawrence here. Really need to make a Blue Sky? Yes, join me on Blue Sky. Like, funny enough, Alex Milne is actually one of the first accounts that I followed when I made Blue Sky. Along with, you know, the Transformers wiki. Oh, there he is. And this is Jack Lawrence. You can see more of his art. Oh, he also worked on Sonic. Guess I'll have to tell that to Valerian. Anyway. Then I'll try and like I end up importing this to my see if I already have a that's just wanted to stop in and say hi and that I appreciate you as well. It appears that I do not have a fan art folder in my art folder, which go one real quick. Actually, I can just put it in Sillies, which is where that other Spectre drawing is. Oh, I really need to draw that Cheesehead asset. I'm just gonna write as that. Yeah, Anthem gonna start soon, which I didn't expect to take that long yapping. But I'm actually gonna go ahead and import that reference of Kaiju Spectre. Did not mean to do that, but yeah, kinda. Just put that there. I'll just move it over to left a little bit. Ads are gonna start soon, so I'm gonna use that time to get up and stretch a little bit. Because I can't get stiff. Calico, she's back. So I gave her breakfast, but she didn't even want it. So something like a few weeks ago, I weren't successful at doing it, but she liked it. Kept dipping the water bowl, it off and replace water, crossbone, off. As it turned out, over my collar. Silly. Just a silly baby. And so silly. I'd like to mention that she's been with us for nearly 6 years at this point. We adopted her and her mom back in, August 2020. Or her sister was born in my brother's bed. But yeah. Apparently, people hates wearing a collar. If we could, I don't think she'd like that either. Just also still trying to get her sister harness. Like slowly. We actually bought one for her in Canada that is actually meant for dogs, but she's basically the size of a dog. And she's a Maine Coon. But yeah. Also, like, oh, Magda has found toy. But something I might do in the future is I might try and get some of my move some of my stream times earlier in the day. Because there is kind of like a shift between, like, I have an hour shift between the wake up time for today and on Monday for the next 10 weeks because of, the shrimple fact that my class starts at 12:30, which is I usually get up at 11 a.m. and I leave for class around noon so that I can arrive on time. And because of that, it was kind of hard to have like a whole hour or difference between my wake up time for my in-person class and the wake up time for my other days of the week. So I ended up changing my wake up time for my assignment days to be 11:30. The time I get started on my assignments remains the same though. I really didn't feel like changing that. Or I am a goober. I think I might have to change my stream times to start an hour earlier. So instead of starting at 1 p.m. EST, I start at noon EST. Of course, I also need to gradually start other things. And tomorrow I probably need to go and check Canvas so I can make the rest of my to-do list for the week. Which I've actually been doing some quizzes. Last week I did like a whole bunch of quizzes for my short story class. I got pretty high scores on for the record. But I think after my classes is it tomorrow? Maybe like even before my classes start, like before I have to leave for my in-person class, I'm probably gonna go check Canvas and look at my syllabus for my digital art class. Because there is one thing I can do, depending on the sort of thing that my art class can allow me to do. So for context, reason behind this arsenic bottle reference that I have in my sub-view is because I have a project that I'm working on for my introduction to short stories class. Actually, let me go onto Canvas again so I can explain it a little further. Which so genre project is due the week before spring break, where I'd like to mention that for my spring break, because of the fact that I stream on weekends now, I accidentally caused myself to have a schedule where I have 9 straight days of streaming. which I don't mind. I'm going to be honest. Because some of the things that I'm going to be doing during that is I'm going to be me grinding on my projects anyway. But go ahead and grab the guideline. So for the project, I have to collect 3 to 5 visual images that relate to one or several of the stories that we've read. And we don't have to stick to one story. We can do 5 different images from 5 different stories. And you also have to do a written analysis. But I don't feel like, quickly grabbing an image from the internet for the project. So I wanted to draw some of them. Because that is something I can do as an artiste. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and start on a gesture for this. Because I'm getting to like 18 minutes from the next intermission. I should probably get started. I'll go ahead and start with a bit of a gesture. Just going to make some Dalby shape. This thing over. Magda has zoomies. I think my brother is raging. And go ahead and Probably gonna end up simplifying this as well. Like very simplified. And I'm not fully sure what I'm doing. This. Oh, hold on. Other two. Happens regular basis. Wait. I just realized how goofy that this unintentionally looking. Would you let this creature serve you drink? I like that one. I'm going to draw a very ridiculous looking bow tie. Does not look like Spectre at all. I'm going to be honest. But I couldn't find any other references that would be suitable for what in the world I'm doing. Because I am who I am. I could like post fan art. Like I have no proper reference. This is what y'all get. I'll do that. And anyway, this is meant to be kind of shitty. Because one, I don't fully know what I'm doing, and two, I'm just fucking around. Because I'm not fully sure what I'm doing anyway. And once I'm done with this, I think I'll go and start the mission. I'll probably, after stream, inflict this on Spectre server. I just say, I have no proper reference for the kaiju, so I guesstimated. Better? Probably draw his more human Spectre in the future as another Grimlock. But for now, I guess the Grimlock waiter. Because I am the artist here. I'm doing this out of my own free will. Yellow. How's the apron? I'll be drawn. Don't take this NR too seriously. It's literally just me fucking around. I'll make Australia is white here, but a blue offset some of the warm tone. Actual drinks. Yes. Conclusion, I don't think this really looks like Spectre. But this is the only reference I have. So, ice. So that is done. I'd add more detail, but I want to. I didn't bother. Full illustration of something that I have no real proper reference for right now. That is. So I'll likely end up starting the little orally. Because I am the streamer and I said so. But yeah. That's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. And the next thing, of course, is gonna be the arsenic. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and start the intro, and I'll be back in a few minutes. welcome back. So, go ahead and draw arsenic. This is because of my icon. Head. Start off. And And I'm not fully sure what I'm going to do about the hand. Because I think for my plan for this, I was going to, like, add a hand to this. I don't think I will. My assignments folder. Folder in my assignments folder. Folder. Awesome. I just remembered a project I made like either last semester or 2 semesters ago. It's not something I can show on stream because of, or gore. has fine assignment. But yeah. Now I'm going to go. Do this using my tool. And paste here. Together. That. And this. Also gonna make color. Down. That. Base. Layer. This. Down. Now. Direction. And I'll make this that is the top of the bottle. I think I'll go and that. Desaturated. That. Now go and make square and go ahead. Record it. And go ahead and a little bit of this. So I will erase this. And this. This. I am going to down the opacity. I am going to go actually gonna start off with a this. And this is gonna be outline. Or what I'll be doing. The next part. And I am going to go and take this curve. Why I'm making it curved is because also because that is the arsenic bottle here is rounded. Then I'm gonna the label. Make it look the above. I'm going to try and make it look right. Into the bottle. I just realized. On the wrong. Now let's do. Be going for now. Understandable. Good night. Hope you have a good sleep. Now, go ahead and curve. Now, gonna have the glass color. Hello, Edis. I'm gonna have the glass color be separate so that if I want to change it, I can do that easily. Label. That. Now I'll have to figure out how to render this. Go in dark gray. I'm going to have to go look up reference. I might make sort of a green. I'm going to ads are starting. I'll go with the yellow. But have the light coming. Anyway, Agile. I'll do multiply for this. Because of the way that it's curved, do that. Basically, a lot of what I'm gonna do is involve the use of a blur tool. Wait, thank you for redeeming the save progress. But this looks a little bleh at the moment. I can add something. I think I'm gonna add a skull. Red. have to go back into story to what color the arsenic bottle is. Because historically, one of the many colors it could be is blue. It's not the best, but it works for my purposes. I make the now I'm gonna head and the detailing. Yeah. This is good for now. I don't feel like drawing glass bottles ever again. And at least without doing a study, the off stream. But I think this looks pretty good. My intents and purposes. And now I can cross that out of my to-do list. I'm going to put another sketch. And it's gonna be a little more simple. And this time I am going to use a Bezier curve. A Bezier curve. So the color for this is this sort of pink. Do a little shading. Now, add glow. I'll blur it. I will lower the opacity so it's not as shiny. There we go. Now, I'm not fully sure if I'm going to redraw this, add a little bit of background. But if I do, I'll do that when I'm closer to the due date. Yeah. Not fully sure what I'll be doing after I get everything on this to-do list done. Because there are some things I have that I want to do. You know. maybe I should. I do have a to-do list that I need to do, so I might work on that. Maybe. I'm not fully sure. So there are some other assignments I have technically, but figure it out. I could work on my live TD model. That's what I might do. We'll have to figure it out. Oops. But I think I'm gonna... One final drawing. For this. And do two ellipses. One will be up here. This bigger. Racing. way thinner. Can I start the intermission a little early so that I can use the bathroom? I'm gonna go and start my intermission early because I need to go and use the bathroom really bad. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Right. Come back. Oh. This. Brush. So, grab, do. Also going to do of airbrushing. Then I'm also going to do this. With go. That. First. Add a light to the of the lip. That. That looks good for now. Now, it's time to figure out what to do for the rest of the day. I actually do have I have a few, which have this. Go into my and is going to be my palette. Have it white as well. Okay. I just realized I should probably add this to the color palette. Go ahead and do that right now. Main thing that I plan on doing today is if this is just I'm just figuring out stuff for assets. I'm going to do names with place it over here. Start off with color. there. And there's a so I do need to finalize the character's outfit a little bit. I'm still trying to figure out some design for her casual outfit. I'll go ahead and play her. Everything. Sparkle. That's the first colorway. For this. They're like meant to look like a gradient, like an aurora. But yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna go and not going to grab any. I'd like to mention that I have made a smallish design change for Astrofel. Since, you know, I last really met her. The big thing I mentioned is, well, the big change is that I changed her eye color so that it contrasts a little better with the rest of the character, you know, all the colors in her hair. Because originally it was just, not purple, it was just teal, which with the other, given that there's teal and purple in her hair, kind of muddled out, so I changed her eyes to pink. And a little of hypermobility, because I am hypermobile. Is why this is kind of looking a little weird. It's meant to represent hypermobility. But yeah. Pretty sure I'm going to put this character like some illustration I'll make of her. Other than like some of the teachers and stuff I might make it different. Of course, I plan on in a sort of basic 3D model of Astrofel that kind of like has some of her design characteristics. But another thing is that I need to really figure out what I'll do with her overall design. Because I'm partially tempted to, make her hair or two-toned instead of three-toned. Hello, Light and Stuff! How are you? I hope you're doing well. In the last hour of stream, and I I finished all the things I planned on doing. Are you Light? Understandable, Light. But if you're wondering about this weird ass arm, it's kind of represent a hypermobility. Because I am hypermobile. Just woke up? I see. You had a good sleep. That you are well rested for the day. Yeah. My digital art class starts tomorrow, so I plan on doing some stuff for that. You know, make a to-do list for all the things I need to do. Check syllabus. That. But well, I think for one of the overlays that I plan on having, might have it be kind of a reference to. I might have it reference some things that I like and I'm into. You know, Transformers and stuff. Maybe have it be. Maybe include a reference to some plushies and things that I have. I'm not fully sure. What I'll be exactly. For the overlays here, I need to make some kind of centralized aesthetic. Or like write down ideas for each of the overlays. Maybe for the intermission screen, I'll have this character eating something. Then for another, like, out. Because I have a few things in the to-do list that are in here. So I have to design the starting soon, intermission, ending screens, and then design an offline image and a few teasers for her design and stuff. But yeah. Got a lot of things I have to do. For this character. And because I'm, you know, a college student, I can't really afford to have other people make these for me. Because those can get really expensive really quickly. So I'm doing these on my own. And for some of these, I might try and do some stuff in Live 2D. So ads are starting in a minute. So that will take time. It'll be 3 minutes of ads. Might get more, you might get less. I'm not fully sure. But just not fully sure what to do. Character. Other than, you know, I already have certain aspects of her design figured out. It's just other things I have to figure out. But I think I'm gonna cut and paste this. I'll move this over. Anyway, this is gonna be the last ad break for me. Because one, I plan on ending about half an hour. Two, as the last ad break are gonna happen during the ending. Yeah. On the I have. Go and open that up. I'm working on the official 2.1 update for the model. They just get out live to Decubism. Going to new version is available. I'm not gonna do that. So old my model. I'm actually gonna do a little bit of work on the so I might do some blunt shapes stuff. This I will. Be as extreme as parameter. So welcome back from ads. As you can see, I am switching to Live 2D because I want to. Oh. What? Bro. Oh, I that's fit. Firstly. And Go ahead. So I think 30 is press. Yes. Um, I'm on the correct part of the parameter. Now, does this out? Now that is good. Way better. I'm going to go into my physics setting. That is way better. Go. Parameter. Oh. What if I make one shape? Yes, sure, yes, software, I am fully aware that I am adding. Or parent. Oh. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna save. Anyway, I am going to do tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. On Saturday and Sunday. So, the 21st and 22nd. The Saturday stream is going to involve me working on the outlines for my novel. Hopefully, I'll be able to finish the arc that I'm working on. And the day after that, so the 22nd, is going to be Skyrim. Which I plan on making a to-do list for. So that I have an idea as to what I'll be doing on that day. I'll likely look through all the quests and stuff I have for Skyrim. All that jazz. Yeah. So this is gonna be it for me for Saturday, the 21st. I also plan on starting to make my April schedule, which the last stream I have for my, semester is gonna be May 3rd. And after that, I am going to take a break between for the rest of the week so that I can recuperate. And also because there are some things I want to do during that time. But yeah, I plan on working more on this model and some other things off. And then I'll be able to export this to Live2D. No, not Live2D, YouTube Studio. And hopefully that means I can do more things with this model. But I'm also planning on trying to slowly work on my new Live 2D model. So that this character is not going to be replaced entirely. But some of the things are going to depend. Some things will depend entirely on what I feel like streaming as. Like which character I want to use. I plan on trying to debut it to that model this year. If I'm able to get everything done on time. But I'm trying to work on it off stream as much as I can. Because I don't want to ruin much of the surprise that is going to come with it, because there are a lot of things that I want to that is a surprise if I don't mess it up. I have my in-person class tomorrow. It's also going to be the start of my 4th class of the semester. I'm getting kind of tired. So I'll be seeing y'all on Saturday. Bye!